Alrighty then. It is that time again already. So, without any unnecessary ado, let's get down to it then, shall we? Hello, befallen mild friend. It's good to speak with you again. We've got about I don't know, five or six levels to do in here. Also, I see that OBS is being stupid again and not actually picking up the game for whatever reason. Pop that down there. All right, OBS, come on. OBS, please. Come on. Sometimes it's very weird. Do we just have to? I swear. Come on. Let's just go. Anything? Okay, the game is just not... Do I just need to reload the game? Alright, apparently we just need to reload the game because OBS can't see it for some reason. Because OBS, you get what you pay for with OBS. So that's what we're going to do. Just reload the game here. Oh, there it went. Just like as, Alright, it just... Meh. I did nothing, and it decided to fix itself. Whatever. That's, yeah. That's OBS for you. Anyway. So, where were we? Oh, and patch notes for Path of Exile. 3.29, Curse of the All-Flame just dropped. So, oh boy, there are a lot of them. Let me actually get this into a window size that is that I can work with here. And maybe get that up on screen as well. Patch notes. There we go. Put that up on screen there. Be shrink that down a bit. You know what? We can probably put it right there. I guess. I don't know. That's probably fine. Yeah. So all right. So we have the new league. Mostly I'm interested. Obviously, there's a lot of new stuff in the league. Boat league, for real this time, I guess. Or at least a league about jumping off of a boat, anyway. So that's a thing. I guess that counts as a boat league. Oh, and so let's see here. We get to meet Valerie, dangerous Corsair captain. So, delicious pirate girl. I can dig it. I mean, probably not as scrumptious as Alva, but you know that's just impossible. Alva, best waifu. At least best PO, definitely best POE waifu. That's for sure. Oh, hello, pet. You finally decided to join us. Thank you. Let's see. So, also, introduced 2 new bloodline classes, one of which is exclusive to the League. Okay. Added a new exceptional skill gem, Pact of Baydot. Cast a pact, empowering spells that either fire projectiles, apply an effect to an area around a targeted location, or fire chaining beams. Okay. Interesting. So why are we, we don't need to waste time with these small fry. We can just go down to the Dark Elf side of the zone. And Slabibby, good evening to you. Yeah, we also have let's see, exceptional skill gems for Pact of Gore and Pact of Katosh. Of course, our 3 good friends from Beyond League who like to show up occasionally and give us free stuff. So presumably those will actually just drop off of those respective bosses. Oh, we actually got the Greater Mummy here instead of Gynok. Oh, never mind. There's Gynok. Hello, Gynok. Oh, and also a Pact of, exceptional support gem, Pact of Lycia. Cast a pact, empowering the next channeling spells you cast yourself, but burdening you with an affliction. Empowered spells deal more damage and periodically trigger lightning bolts while channeling. Okay, so if you want to go maximum Sith Lord, put the, you could trigger extra lightning bolts off of your lightning tendrils. So your lightning can trigger more lightning. All right, now. Another new exceptional gem, Crystal Fall. Supported skills will trigger Falling Crystal on hit, causing a giant crystal of Abyssal Soulstone to be called from above. Falling to slam down on the targeted location. Supports slam skills. Cannot support triggered skills or things used by skills by things other than you. So, yeah, self-used slam jams only to put your enemies in the crystals. Yes, we're going to put all of our enemies in the crystals. We have the best crystals. They're going to be great. So, mana-infused, new Strength Int skill, Mana-infused staff. Infuses your staff with arcane energy, lowering your mana costs and increasing your chance to block. When you block, you release an arcane wave, damaging enemies in a ring-shaped area over a duration. So, sort of like a Tempest Shield for staves, which I think is really cool because, I've been wanting to play something along the lines of a melee staff build for a while, and there's just, like, no support for it. The staff nodes themselves are frequently actually pretty good. The problem is a lot of the staff nodes on the tree are really, more of like global crit nodes. So it's a little bit more in line for sort of like a cast on crit type of build, or just more, hybrid melee caster setup. If not, just outright caster builds. Since half of all staves in the world are just caster stat sticks, after all, that makes a certain amount of sense. But I think one of the problems there is, and it's sort of like the opposite problem that dagger nodes have, is that while dagger nodes are generally skewed towards attack-based daggers, half of all daggers in the world are caster stat sticks. So-called rune daggers. So caster daggers don't get a lot of passive tree support. And similarly, the pure melee staff builds lose some power because their nodes are basically paying the opportunity cost of trying to be all things to all builds at the same time instead of more specialized. Anyway, new strengthened transfigured skill, Divine Blast of Radiance. Okay. Projected beam of holy light from your shield to a targeted location, causing an implosion of holy energy. That's what Divine Blast does. This energy then lingers for a short duration as an orb, periodically releasing larger explosions. Yep, that's Divine Blast for you. Increases in reductions to attack speed affect the rate at which the explosion occurs. That's an interesting modification. Will it make the gem actually good? Is the thing. That is a good question. New strength into transfigured gem, Holy Hammers of Spirals. Slam the ground, consuming all power charges and calling down a cascade of holy hammers from above in an outward spiral. Further hammers are called down for each power charge consumed. Okay, yeah, it's just straight up hammer throw or whatever. It's the Hammerdin skill from D2. Except it now, instead of being kind of a rectangular shape of hammers, it's now a spiral. So it's closer to Spectral Helix. Let's see. Other new transfigured gem, Holy Sweep of Hammer Falls. Swings a two-handed mace or staff in a circle, calling down waves of holy hammers for a duration. Increases in reductions to attack speed. Will affect the rate at which these hammer falls occur. Okay. Now note that those are increases and reductions. It needs to be read very literally. Oh, ding 22, by the way. And that means increased and reduced mods, not more and less mods. More and less mods will not apply. Oh, and I see Gynok has once again aggroed from 4 city blocks away, as he does. Such is the way of Gynok. Do not question him. We have Reap of Butchery. Transfigured version of Reap. A bloody scythe swipes around you, applying a physical damage over time debuff and hitting enemies with physical damage. If any survive, you gain a blood charge, which raises the damage and cost of the skill. So So it's basically a point-blank AoE version of Reap. Which, okay. Added 15 new unique items and 3 new div cards. Alrighty. Added keywording and... Where is that? Oh, yeah. Added a keywording and pop-up pinning system used in PoE 2, allowing you to inspect certain words for more information. We will gradually be making more use of these systems in future patches. Okay, very good. Yes, we like having working tooltips. Tooltips are good. Yeah. Yeah, on the UI side, that was something PoE 2 did really, really well. That PoE 1 historically does really, really badly. Tooltipping. You know, the traditional problem in PoE 1 in that regard is the word nearby. Back in Befallen, yes. For a few levels, at least. I want to get to 25 in here, and then I think we'll be off to Mistmore after that. 25 is kind of the magic number, because that's when we get the next Pacify upgrade that is actually level appropriate for Mistmore. Let's see. Also, totally off topic, but you know, when we raided Nighttime Adventures last night at the end of the stream, he was kind of just wrapping up his bit there, but set the scene he was doing there, dinging 50 on his hardcore SSF playthrough. He set that to Andrea Bocelli's Conte Partiro, and that song has been absolutely just stuck with me all day. I mean, it's a fabulous song. And one of the and it was a little I don't know, maybe I shouldn't have been surprised. The number of people in chat who had no idea what that song was. You know, they heard something, you know, kind of vaguely opera adjacent and just assumed it was Pavarotti, because you know, I don't think your average American has ever heard of Andrea Bocelli. Admittedly, all of his songs are in Italian, so you know that most Americans don't speak Italian, so you know that makes sense. But yeah, for anybody who didn't know what that song was, that's the song is usually referred to in English as "Time to Say Goodbye," which is that's like the official English title, even though that's not a very good translation. There's the more literal translation is "I must part with you." Which I think has a bit more carries a bit more gravitas than "Say Goodbye." But that's just me speaking as a as an old you know, game localizer. And Popper Panzer, good evening to you as well. But actually, I've been basically listening to that song on infinite repeat, more or less all day. Because I decided, I don't actually like. I need to learn how to actually sing this song. It is not in my repertoire, and it really should be. I mean, it's in terms of modern opera or classical crossover music goes, it is, if not the number one song, it is second only perhaps to Pavarotti's Nessun Dorma. Um, I mean, and Nessun Dorma is an amazing piece of music. It is like the definitive Luciano Pavarotti song. um, but actually, I prefer Bocelli's uh, Conte Partiro over Nessun Dorma, but that's just me. uh, anyway, though, going back to these PoE patch notes here. What else? Added a new Pearlescent Amulet base type, which has an all elemental resistance implicit mod. Okay. I wonder if it actually drops, or if it's like a prismatic ring and you have to craft it with a bench, with a craft with a vendor recipe. When playing in a party, any player is now able to interact with the Expedition Detonator, Eldritch Altars, Harvest Plots, and Sentinels. Volatile Vol Orbs and Crystallized Rancor now have dedicated slots in the Currency Stash tab. Okay. Added 2 new crafting bench options unlocked by default. Reroll 3 mods on a rare item for a cost of 3 Chaos Orbs. And reroll a modifier on a rare item for a cost of 8 Chaos Orbs. Yeah, Popra, I mean, that term is actually used. Let's see here. Catalysts now have a maximum stack size of 20. Huzzah. Now, crafting bench available in every town from Act 2 onwards. Okay, that's handy. Isla in King's March, Nico in the Mine Encampment, and Einhard in the Menagerie are now all able to identify items for you. Okay. Sure, why not? Waypoint in the Solaris Temple level 1 in Act 8 has been moved closer to the level 2 entrance. Oh, huzzah. Mercenaries of Charthus as a core league mechanic. Woohoo. I can finally get my Cruel Mistress back Asterisk. You are guaranteed to find a mercenary in the following campaign areas: Scepter of God, Grand Arena, the Ridge, and the Hidden Underbelly. Mercenaries found in these areas will not have any rucksack items. So they are just there for you to recruit, specifically. And Ainea on a 30-stream streak. GG. Filling out the Battle Pass. That's, 1 full month of this nonsense. Welcome. Good evening. Let's see here. In Hard Mercenaries will scale up their passive stats and skills to the level of the current area you're in, up to a maximum of 68. So mercenaries you find in the campaign will actually level with you, which is cool. Level of items you can equip to your mercenary is still capped by the level of the area where you found that mercenary. In map areas, if you don't like anything the mercenary offers, you can, you're able to request their warrant. A warrant is a promise to return and duel again at a later date, a call to action which summons the specific mercenary to a future map, with the same set of skills but a new set of items. Warrants also allow you to trade specific mercenaries to other players. Mercenary will only grant their warrant once, however, preventing you from fighting that mercenary in every single area. So, yeah, itemized mercenaries. Very handy. Mercenaries no longer count as a party member for zone scaling. Added the new Luminary Ascendancy class for the Scion, which allows you to permanently hire mercenaries. Luminaries can have up to 3 permanent hired mercenaries, 2 in reserve in towns and hideouts, and 1 as the active ally in combat. Unlike regular mercenaries, you can change items permanently. You can change the items permanently hired mercenaries have equipped, opening up innumerate potential build possibilities. Man, this friggin' cleric right here, holy. Friggin' cleric mobs, I tell you what. Let's see. I added support for mercenaries on the Atlas passive. Added some scarabs. Let's see. Trothan, Scary of Infamy. Mercenaries found are infamous. Mercenaries found in area are accompanied by 2 wild mercenaries. Let's see. Charthan Scarab of Renown. All equipment items on mercenaries found in area are unique. Charthan Scarab of Surprising Alliances. Wild rogue exiles in area have 50% chance to be accompanied by a wild mercenary. Wild mercenaries have increased difficulty for each wild mercenary in the area. Mercenary rucksacks in endgame maps can no longer generate orbs of transmutation or orbs of augmentation, so they only have good money in them. Added Searing Exarch Ultra mods that drop mercenary scarabs. Hired mercs now have an information sheet that will list all their passive stats. Very handy. Abyss revamp, lots of stuff in there. Legion revamp, lots of stuff in there. Let's see. Enshrouded items can be transformed into another unique of the same item class with a vestigial implicit modifier derived from the enshrouded item. So the idea is you will basically you take a unique item, you do the thing to it, and the item gets re-rolled basically as if you had used an ancient orb on it. But one of its unique modifiers gets carried over into the new iteration of the item as an implicit mod. So this is interesting. And it works on armor slots only. So helmets, gloves, boots, body armor, and shields. And as a general rule, there is a specific mod on any given item that gets carried over. So I don't think there is. I think it is fairly... is a pretty bespoke system. Some modifiers do get altered when they get transferred. For example, if you use this on a Kelm's Heart, the resulting piece of armor will not have 1,000 health. We'll have, like 250 or thereabouts. And Zophiana on a 3-stream streak. GG. Filling out the battle pass. Doing the dailies. Incubators are gone. And nothing of value was lost. Yeah, big change with sockets. Socket colors are no longer a restriction. Huge. Can I move, please? Thank you. Gems can now be socketed into any equipment slot, even if the gem color does not match the socket color. Socketed gems now gain +10 to quality in red, green, and blue sockets if the gem color matches the socket color. Nice. Potentially huge, by the way, for gem quality stacking shenanigans. Now, thinking things like at Ziri's disfavor, you get 30 quality from the item itself on a support gem, and then you get another 10 quality for having the right socket color. Now there is the possibility of hitting some quality breakpoints there on certain certain gems that have mechanical quality effects, which admittedly on support gems is not that many. Usually quality on support gems is just a little bit of extra damage or speed or what have you. Item sockets are now always white by default. Each socket generated on an item has a small chance to roll as red, green, or blue instead, and the selected color will still be proportional to the attribute required of the item. Chance for sockets to roll as red, green, and blue increases with higher item levels. Chromatic orbs and tainted chromatics will now force one of the sockets of the item to be non-white, while the rest of the sockets on the item will roll colors normally. Higher quality on items increases the chance of non-white sockets. Interesting. So, sockets have just kind of like inverted their old nature. And yeah, instead of socket colors being a restriction, they are now a bonus, which I fully support that. Kind of one of the things they talked about on the stream today was, new characters just starting out having trouble actually upgrading gear through the campaign because you get one item that has the correct socket colors, and because you don't really have a lot of currency yet, you can't afford to throw chromes at anything, so you can't upgrade that item unless you find an upgrade that has the correct sockets also. You're skipping this league. Well, I will end up not playing it much just as a matter of opportunity cost because I'll be playing EQ. Otherwise, I would definitely be giving this league more time. Currency that adds sock. Oh, we had ding 23. Very nice. Juice Goblino. Yeah, you're doing the same thing. I get it. Also, good evening. Currency. Oh, that adds sockets. Orbs of binding will always generate the added sockets as white. Okay. This includes adding sockets through the crafting bench. Okay. The core changes are 10 years too late. Yeah. Well, one of the things I've kind of noticed ever since Chris left is that a lot of the old sacred cows that used to be, forever unchangeable are a lot less sacred and a lot more changeable now. As a result of these changes, chromatic orbs are now rarer and are no longer sold by vendors in towns in exchange for jewelers' orbs. Gold fees for chromatic orbs have also been increased for the currency exchange. The corruption outcome from vol orbs that changes a socket on a piece of equipment to a white socket has been removed. This outcome instead now turns a random white socket of the item to be a non-white socket. Okay. Corruption outcome from the locus of corruption that turns all sockets white on a piece of equipment has been removed. This outcome instead now turns all white sockets on the item to be non-white. Makes sense. A bunch of other nonsense here. Let's see. Following unique items now have a hidden property on them, preventing them from having white sockets. Diala's Malefactions, Skin of the Lords, and Skin of the Loyal. Existing versions of these uniques are not affected by this change. Let's see. Chris was only interested in making money through friction. We don't have Gamble MTX or Merging MTX anymore. PoE methodologies proved how bad friction was, and he left because of it. Yep. You know, I don't, you know, I think Chris, I don't know, I'm more of the opinion that Chris had a very specific vision. You know, capital V vision trademark. And but that vision absolutely involves a lot of friction. And the that friction does not necessarily have the positive impacts on the game the way maybe it does in his headcanon. Yeah, yeah, Brad's vision also involved a lot of friction, which, maybe I'm being a little pie in the sky here. I actually, I'm not so sure that, Tencent's influence really was so drastic with, at least with the global PoE servers. Now, the Chinese servers of PoE, actually administered directly by Tencent, those are straight up pay to win, like full blown mask off pay to win. But that sort of thing is culturally acceptable in Chinese gaming. And they keep that stuff totally segregated off in its own ecosystem. So, and oh man, the monetization on the Chinese PoE server is diabolical. Whatever, more aggressive monetization might have leaked through into the global game, is a tiny, fraction of the tip of the iceberg compared to the way the Chinese version of the game is monetized. Like on the Chinese server, it's a lot closer to games like MapleStory, where a lot of your microtransactions have an expiration date. You buy a supporter pack for this league, and the armor set is only usable for the duration of the league, and so you're not really buying it, you're renting it. And at the end of the league, that armor set just disappears out of your inventory forever, never to return. So, yeah, like whatever increase in monetization aggressiveness may have occurred, at the very least, when actual GGG, you know, would say to Tencent, no, we can't do this thing on the global server. You know, global players will not put up with that kind of crap. Tencent at least says, okay, if you say so. You know, we still don't have, you know, auto looting pets in global the way they do in China. You can't just like buy stacks of ancient orbs with real money to re-roll your belts into headhunters like you can in China. Mm. Let's see. Oh, I should clarify. After Tencent bought in, Chris doubled down on friction, which lowered cash, and then PoE 2 showed how much more was possible. Yeah, and those yeah, so many of the PoE 2 features are getting backported into PoE 1. You know, like asynchronous trade. And Trap of Logic, good evening. Um, let's see. Okay, we have a couple of... Oh. Okay, just a couple changes. Basically, you know, anything that... basically, all the unique items that interact with their own socket colors, like Prismatic Eclipse, usually got a disproportionately large bonus for having a white socket, because white sockets were rare. Now it's the other way around. Since now white sockets are what they get by default. Talismans totally revamped. Ooh. Also, Talisman Uniques got buffed. But they are also... talismans cannot be anointed and their enchantment modifiers cannot be removed. Okay. Let's see here. Unique talismans are no longer in the core drop pool. They instead now have a chance to drop from bestiary bosses or from a new beast crafting recipe to create a new talisman, which requires the Black Morgan to craft. Okay. Let's see here. Blightwell. It's now found on the Shield Crab Talisman base type. It now has plus 50 to 100 to maximum energy shield. Previously 20 to 30. And 10 to 15% increased flask duration. Alright, existing versions are unchanged. Okay. And yeah, existing versions of talismans cannot be updated with divine orbs because they're all corrupted. New versions of talismans are not corrupted by default. So that's a thing. Really? Oh. Why can I... Oh. Oh, that's why. Cyrus looking interesting. Yeah, interesting with Wham and Indala. Yep, she's a new Toxicosis user, so, I guess the question is, do you use her with Indala? Or do you just let her replace Indala? Either way, yeah, very solid. She has a couple of pretty good shenanigans available. So I'm gonna say, like, not, like, Osiris, not super meta, but definitely some interesting niche functionality, especially with, like, Zosimos and whatnot. Although she's not a crest character, though. But yeah, all the charge bar spam. A heavy debuffer. Yeah, like I'm not gonna actually invest rolls into her besides just the 30 freebie tickets that were gonna expire anyway. But you know, if she pops up on a scam gotcha, you know, I would not be disappointed. Yeah. By the way, also, Eyes of the Great Wolf unique talisman. Well, now generates with 2 random enchantment modifiers from other talisman base types. Now has 50 to 100% increased enchantment modifier magnitudes instead of implicit modifier magnitudes. These changes do not affect existing versions, of course, because it's effectively an entirely new item. Oh, pathing. Ba-bum. Natural Hierarchy is now found on the Rex Talisman, previously Rot Feather, and no longer has increased damage for each specific damage type. Instead, it now grants gain 10 to 15% of Fizz damage as extra lightning, 15 to 20 of lightning damage as extra cold, 20 to 25 of cold as extra fire, and 25 to 30 of fire as extra chaos. Whoa. Alright, that's interesting. Yeah, she handles your debuff omens. Oh yeah, for sure. Though, I don't know, I think I was basically doing that with, like, Magus before. Pit of the Chimera now spawns only... Oh. Oh, I haven't even gotten that far yet. If that's... big if true. Huge if big. Large if verified. Rigwald's Curse unique talisman is now found on the Wolf Alpha talisman base type, previously Wereclaw. It now has plus 5 to 10% to unarmed melee attack critical strike chance, previously plus 7. Existing versions are unaffected by the change. Okay. Bestiary boss area levels will now match the level of red beast used to create the portal. Okay. In general, all bestiary bosses will now have greater life than before, which is more comparable to the life values on bosses from other League mechanics. The specific body armor unique items from each bestiary boss will now only drop if the area is level 80 or higher. Bestiary craft to create a rare talisman has been replaced with a craft that re-rolls a talisman base type, keeping the same implicit and explicit mods. I'm gonna actually need a quick med break here. Actually, like almost out of mana. Let's see here. The changes. Yeah, after completing a ritual altar encounter, locusts will now point the way to the next altar. Interesting. When in the Forbidden Sanctum, flask charges are now restored when you interact with the Sanctum map between each room. This does not apply to the Writhing Jar. Volatile Vol Orbs can now be obtained as Sanctum rewards. Rip in piss. Volatile Gamba. Good lord. That's horrible. Volatiles no longer exist for all intents and purposes. Ugh. That's horrible. Ultimatum is now the exclusive source of catalysts. Okay, good. Betrayal. Syndicate leaders can no longer drop all-flame embers. That makes sense. Syndicate Mastermind can now only drop the all-flame ember of Kulamak. Average number of scarabs has been doubled, etc. Breach. Average number of monsters in each breach has been reduced. Okay, whatever. Small passives, etc. Whatever. In-game changes. Alright. Yeah, we got strange thingies pop up on the map called anomalies. And, oh, I like, by the way, that Mark... Oh, come on. Why does he path like that? He turns, like, 90 degrees away from me and runs completely the wrong direction. What a dingus. Unstable breaches and womb tree nerfed. Hey, another A. Very good. Endless anomalies are unaffected by endless passives. Oh, reflect map mods have been reworked. Instead of causing monsters to reflect a percentage of fizz or elemental hit damage dealt to them, they instead cause rare monsters to have physical or elemental thorns. Physical thorns activates when hit by physical damage and lasts for 5 seconds. While active, it reflects a fixed amount of physical damage each time the monster receives a physical hit. Monsters cannot gain physical thorns more than once every 10 seconds. You can only take physical thorns damage once every 0.1 seconds. Elemental thorns operates the same way. Okay. In red tier maps, rare monsters have physical thorns reflecting 800 phys damage and elemental thorns reflecting 1500 damage. Reflected damage from thorns is able to be mitigated through evasion, block, armor, resistance, etc. Reflect modifiers no longer appear on corrupted side areas in the campaign. Alright, following maps have been added back in and cycled around. The Untainted Paradise unique map can no longer be obtained, which means it probably shows up as an anomaly now. I'll bet y'all $1 that it shows up as an anomaly. Untainted Paradise can now be accessed through a randomly spawned event node on your atlas, where it has received a few alterations to make it more difficult. Oh, okay. A spawned event node. Okay, so I think that means anomaly. Where it is more dangerous and rewarding. Interesting. The decayed Voidstone socket on the Atlas now connects to the Forge of the Phoenix, Pit of the Chimera, and Lair of the Hydra, in addition to Maze of the Minotaur. Okay. Pit of the Chimera boss now spawns only one wave of enemies per phase. Glory, hallelujah. Chimera confirmed for slightly less terrible than it used to be. Memory thread maps now display which map they will open. Enshrouded Astrolabe has been renamed to Deceptive Astrolabe. Removed the item drop from versions of the item drop delay from versions of the Remembered and the Feared that can spawn in maps such as from the Horned Scarab of Awakening. Reduced the average amount of modifier effect applied to explicit mods when using a reflecting mist currency on an item. This change does not affect the amount of modifier effect on mirror jewelry found when interacting with a reflecting mist object. Let's see. Oh, added a new Altered Prophecy cluster to the Atlas passive tree. The notable grants your tier 14 maps, 14 plus maps, 4% chance to drop a scrying orb on completion. Alright. The scrying orb is a new currency item that stores the map that the currency item was found in. It then allows you to scry the divination cards of the map area listed on the item to a map in your atlas. Oh, glorious. Itemized scrying, so good. So yeah, you just bring the item into whatever map you want to scry, and then you scry it. Instead of having to, like, hope and pray forever that the Nameless Seer shows up in exactly the map you, that you don't want to run. So you can scry onto a map that you do want to run, or... Oh. Player changes. Sources of chance to avoid all damage from hits are now additive, with sources of avoiding damage of a specific type from hits. Some damage avoidance stat descriptions have been adjusted to better communicate these changes are additive with each other. Lowered the life of various monsters when used as specters. In general, no specter should have more life than a meat sack. Some of the monsters that have had their life reduced include the Unholy Aberrations from the Unholy Trinity boss fight, Originator-influenced monsters, and robot monsters found in the hidden area in the refinery. Let's see here. All non-Spectre minions no longer pause while attacking. Many minions already didn't pause while attacking and are unaffected by this change. This change will be a significant damage per second increase for the following minion types. In particular, Dominating Blow, Woot Woot, Raise Zombie, Golems, SRS, and Skeletons. Okay, well, I mean, as a Dom Blow enjoyer, that is good news. Let's see here. Ascendancy changes. What do we got here? Assassin. The death-marked notable passive skill no longer has marked enemy cannot evade attacks. It now has 10% increased effect of your marks per maximum power charge. Good lord. And 3% of leech is instant per maximum power charge. Good lord. So, okay, Death Marked is quite good. That is, yeah, that is a lot of power right there. The Mystical Infusion, also because the fact that is 3% of just all leech, period. Meaning that applies to mana and energy shield leech. So, yeah, that is very, very powerful. You know, Ghost Reaver enjoyers are going to be eating very good. The Mystical Infusion notable passive skill no longer causes base spell crit chance of spells to be equal to that of your main hand weapon. It now grants spell critical chance bifurcates and 50% less critical strike chance. Bifurcated crit chance causes critical strike chance to be rolled twice when determining if a critical strike should occur. If either roll succeeds, the hit will be a regular critical strike. If both rolls succeed, the amount of extra damage dealt by the critical strike will be doubled. This is equivalent to doubling the amount by which the critical strike multiplier exceeds 100 for that hit. Okay. Wow. Okay. So it's basically... So Bifurcated is Lucky. It's like a better version of Lucky, but not... it's different from very lucky. So, okay, I know bifurcated is apparently a thing in PoE too. So yeah, it raises the floor on your crit chance. But continues to reward having a very, very high crit chance by default. Because, excess crit chance gets turned into, crit multi, essentially. So that is very good. Oh, and the next line. If a modifier makes your crit chance lucky or unlucky, that luck will apply individually to each of the critical strike chance rolls. Good lord. Okay. Effects that cause hits to always be critical prevent bifurcation. Those hits do not roll the chance, so cannot roll it twice. Okay. So, alright. So, wow, it's, like, better... It's better than lucky, and it works in tandem with lucky. Okay, jeez. Crit Gamba, go. Hierophant. Ritual of Awakening passive skill now has 3% more damage per summoned totem. Previously 5. Inquisitor. Added a new Instruments of Justice notable passive skill, which requires Instruments of Virtue. Okay. This notable grants base spell critical strike chance. Base critical strike chance of spells is equal to that of main hand weapon. Okay. Though Bifurcate is like the second biggest damage boost you can get in PoE 2. Yeah, I believe it. I mean, yeah, the fact that you are, scaling crit chance and crit multi basically simultaneously. And man, you get, like, if you got very lucky crit chance on top of bifurcated, yeah, you're eating good. Just, all crits all the time. Cast on Crit Assassin should have some large builds. Yeah, they did say, like, the only thing that might work against that is, like, hand casting got a big bump this league, and, and some other spell casting related stuff, like cast while channeling, got a big bump, and cast on crit specifically did not get bumped this league. So, or at least directly. Yeah, cock assassin still probably a thing. But with cast on crit itself, just being at kind of the wrong end of the buff curve right now, maybe that'll hold it back a bit. Let's see. Oh yeah. Also, the Instruments of Zeal notable passive skill now grants +3 to maximum fanatic charges, previously +4. The fanaticism buff now lasts for 5 seconds, previously 4. And now grants 75% less cost of spells you cast yourself, previously 75% reduced. So, okay. Um, did they make fanaticism not suck? Like, holy cow. Like, you can actually keep fanaticism up all the time now? While actually having time left over to actually cast a spell and use all that cast speed? Is... Baron's gonna pop here in a second. Oh, wow, we got a +6 mode off the soldier. Neat. Occultist. Added a new notable Unhallowed Rite, which requires either Vile Bastion or Forbidden Power. Unhallowed Rite causes you to gain Spirit Infusion every second while channeling a spell. Every stack of Spirit Infusion grants 30% faster start of Energy Shield recharge. Channeling spells deal 10% more damage, and channeling spells have 20% more cost. Maximum of 5 stacks. You lose 1 stack every half second if you have not gained a stack in the past 2 seconds. Okay, so stuff for channeling occultists. Alright. Reliquarian has a whole new thing. It is unbelievably strong. It went from maybe the worst ascendancy in the game to probably the best defensive ascendancy, best defensive ascendancy in the game right now. Yeah, Reliquarian is crazy strong. You know, it went from like, how do we make this class playable, to you know, how do we even pick just one node out of each cluster? So yeah, Scion League is very real. There's man, like, just so much good stuff on Scion, on Reliquarian, and then, you know, there's Luminary to let you actually, you know, have a merc for real, which you know, possibly huge. Passive skill tree. Added a new Arcane Conservation Cluster to the northeast of the Witch's starting location. Grants 10% increased cast speed, 20% increased mana cost efficiency of spells, and 3% increased intelligence. Okay. All sources of reduced cost of skills on the passive tree have been converted to cost efficiency at the appropriate values. Okay. Yeah, because it was probably becoming possible to achieve 100% reduced cost. Minion Pact is dead. Rip. All Totem Mastery options that grant increased critical strength chance if you summoned a totem recently now have values of 40%, previously 60. Shaman's Dominion Notable now grants 50% increased crit chance with totem skills, previously 60. And the preceding small passives now grant plus 16 crit multi, previously 20. So, totem chuds. I don't care. I don't play totems, so because totems are boring to me. Remember how good Saboteur Calc Risk is with Assassin Bifurcate? Oh my god. Probably very. Yeah, yes, let's see here. Damage with hits is unlucky. Crit chance is lucky. Damage of enemies hitting you is unlucky. And, let's not forget that, Crest of Very Lucky is a thing that exists. Tinfoil hat, good evening. You know, and even very unlucky damage doesn't really matter if your damage range is small. So obviously you're not using it with lightning damage. But yeah, Cock League with just massive spray and pray. Yeah. Very lucky crit chance. With like huge cock multis and stuff. Yeah, that. At the very least, it would be aesthetic. Use Ice Spear. Plus, as we're gonna see in further down the page, a lot of spells have just had their own crit chances cranked up. Um, um, yeah, and instrument, going back to that Inquisitor option, by the way. Um, yeah, Instruments of Justice, which requires Instruments of Virtue, which is fine. Instruments of Virtue is like half the I still think I don't know. I still am generally of the opinion like I don't know. Maybe this might be like the change to the buffed Instruments of Zeal. Maybe that was exactly what Inquisitor needed to be a little more interesting. Because Instruments of Zeal previously was basically unusable. Yeah, non-unique synthesized items can no longer be obtained. Yup. So yeah, honestly, just making Instruments of Zeal actually work might make the whole like Instruments of whatever Battle Mage side of Inquisitor actually worth a damn. Because like the problem before was Instruments of Zeal didn't really work. It was just like mathematically dysfunctional. Um, so like Battle Mage was pretty much just there to add, to power up like triggered spells, and you skipped Instruments of Zeal entirely. Did a back-to-back comparison of Palmonk and Palmonk Shaman last night. Ench's better for leveling, grouping, can do low difficulty raid targets. Struggled in Sky. I can believe that. Just low power healing. Palamon Shaman raffle stomps through Sky. Yeah, I believe that. Just the better healing. I would think the only part of Sky where the Shaman version might struggle are a couple of spots where crowd control really comes into play. And even then, you might be able to just, you know, brute force with like healing and damage to get through it. Ice Spear of Splitting to cock ice. Is that allowed? Nah, because cast on crit has to be is triggered by an attack. So it has to be a spell being triggered by an attack. You can't have a spell triggered by a spell. Yeah, brute force works once ads are slowed, and even then, like the only part like where a sketchy number of ads piling up is a problem is probably the Azaracs. Like once you get past Azarac Island, or if you just skip Azarac Island entirely, everywhere else you're not usually gonna have to deal with more than like one or maybe two ads. And yeah, you're a shaman, so just slow them and laugh at them. And yeah, splitting steel of spraying. There you go. Yeah. Most spells have received base damage increases. Also have higher damage growth with each gem level. For example, Divine Ire deals 27% more damage at gem level 20. It now deals 37% more damage at gem level 30. Well, I mean, the game was already Path of Casters. Path of Casters stacking gem levels, so it's that more so now. But yeah, if they can actually make hand casting instead of automated trigger casting, or just mining and stuff, like, I think they'll Octavian kind of hinted that we're gonna probably see something like that. Shadow-themed physical spells and pure cold hit spells have higher crit chance, while pure fire spells generally have lower crit chance. Pure lightning have generally lower cast times, but cost more mana. Pure fire spells generally have lower mana costs and higher effectiveness of added damage. Okay, like every spell in the game had its numbers shuffled around to accomplish all that stuff. I'm just gonna see if there's like anything like really noteworthy. Bladefall of Trarthus. Let's look at that one real quick. Now has 140 effectiveness of added damage at level 20, previously 120. Now deals 634 to 951 phys damage, up from 536 to 803. Mana cost has been increased by 5% mana per second at all gem levels. Okay. Bladefall, Cold Snap, etc. Discharge. Discharge. Cooldown is now 1 second, previously 2 seconds. Okay, that's actually, Discharge of Misery now has 15% higher base damage per charge removed at all gem levels. Okay. Oh, Discharge Chads, rise up. Divine Blast now deals 42 to 64 base offhand phys damage at level 1, scaling to 184 to 276 at level 20, previously 39 to 58 at level 1, up to 169 to... Alright, so little, like, 8 to 10% buff on that. Divine Ire now has 75% effectiveness, up from 50. Oh, here we go. Divine Ire of Disintegration. Let's see. Little, yeah, again, little, about a 30% damage bump. Divine Retribution, cooldown time of now 4 seconds, up from down from 5. Now it's 540 effectiveness of added damage at gem level 20. Previously 390. Ooh, very nice. Now deals 2395 to 3593 fizz damage at gem level 20. Previously 1745 to 2617, so about a 50%, the 40% damage bump on Divine Retribution. Very nice. Divine Retribution build here. Honestly, with that kind of damage, Battle Mage, Divine Retribution, anybody? Battle Mage staff build on an Inquisitor? Maybe? Would that be a fun meme build, maybe? Because Divine Retribution, we need to block to activate it. Oh wait, I think Divine Retribution specifically requires a shield. Does Divine Retribution require a shield specifically? Divine Retribution. You just have to block it. Alright. Retaliates against a blocked hit with a surge of divine power, causing multiple waves of lightning burst. Okay, no, it's Divine Blast requires a shield, I'm pretty sure. No, wait. Divine Blast is just a shield-based spell. It's not a, Oh, wait, it was a Shield of Light. Yeah, that's right. Shield of Light is the one that requires a shield. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Shield of Light requires a... Oh, that's right. Shield of Light is actually an attack. It looks like a spell, but it is actually an attack. And yeah, Divine Retribution is the one that is actually a spell for real. Yeah, Divine Blast is the shield attack or the regular shield attack that looks like a spell, but is actually an attack. Jam Man. I use those 30 expiring tickets on the banner, and got complete crap. Well, I got another dupe of the Summon Princess Longji that I had no use for. I also got another Yatima summon that I had no use for. So, like, Yatima is a good roll. I've got several Yatimas sitting in my crate already, on top of the original one I picked up when she got released. So, unless there comes a day where we need dupes to uncap her, which, I am still... I don't know if we would ever get... If there would ever come a day where we get, like, Transcendences or some kind of uncap for Providence summons that requires dupes the way Optimus summons do. If I post... yeah, go for it. You ended up going to Spark? Yeah, by all means. I want to see your Spark. Yeah, alright. Cast on crit. I'll come back... Yeah, Sith, I'll come back to your comment about cast on crit when I get there in the patch notes. Because I'm not there yet. Let's see what we got here. Alright, bunch of summons. Okay. Oh, you also rolled Yatima. Okay. And a Lucifer. Okay, always useful. Let's see, characters. Percy, Black Knight, Sutera, Skuld. Okay. Oh, Mirin, Drang. Oh, and what's her name? That water demon slut girl. I forget what her name is, but she's. I mean, core for Lude. I don't really see her necessarily getting used in a lot of meta water teams. Like she has a good kit, but I think she just has the problem of not really fitting into the meta teams cleanly. Even if by herself she is good. Alexiel, always solid. Greya, unfortunately, core cute, but you know she's 9 or 10 years old at this point, so she's just horrifically power crept. And ding 25. Yeah, I think 25 is where we origin and we head to Mistmore. Because 25 we have access to a whole bunch of new spells, so Mistmore is now on the menu. Ignore the kidding. Those are your first Yatimas and Lucy's based. Third Versusia. Dang. I'd like to roll Versusia at all. Oh yeah, Sylvia. That's her name. Also, by the way, just cleaning some stuff up here. I see that N7 Master Dragon and Nagafen 55 both followed sometime between the last session and this one. So welcome to the both of y'all. Glad to have you here. That got us to 450 followers, by the way. Nice little landmark number. We can, move the target to 500. So the use oh yeah. Discord links are fine. Yeah, they just look goofy in text form because they have so much extra nonsense on the URL. Let's see here. Any other all these spell mods. I don't play casters ever, so all these spell buffs have no impact on me. Holy Hammers, a slightly larger base radius. Oh no, it has the 1.8 meter radius at all levels instead of scaling up to that. Ice Storm granted by Whispering Ice. Now has a maximum of 8 Ice Storms, previously 5. All your teams leaning towards charge attack. Yep, all roads lead to Ogie Slop. Incinerate, Kinetic Fusillade, Kinetic Blast of Clustering. Now has 150% Arcane Might, previously 200, and deals added fizz damage equal to 10 to 15% of max mana, previously 10 to 17. Yeah, K-Bach, slightly nerfed. Kinetic Fuselage has an attack speed of 125 base, previously 200. Base duration of half second, previously 0.7. Yeah, Kinetic Fusillade nerfed. No surprise there. I have a question for you. Let's see. So I use my Spark to grab the new Osiris. Use to get an actual good unit for light like Cosmos or Nahon. Get Osiris. Yeah, like the big unit, the regular grand units will always be there for you. Seasonals are much more restrictive. By default, I would say get the more restrictive units because you'll have fewer opportunities to pick them up later. Penance Mark from the Hateful Accuser. Now has cursed enemies spawn 2 shackled phantasms when hit, no more than once per second. Previously 3. Okay. Penance Mark nerfed. Interesting. So you now need 50% increased mark effect to get an extra phantasm, and that's just to get back to the old value. That's interesting. Would not have guessed that that would get nerfed out of everything, but here we are. Yeah, and I mean, although with Light, I mean, Cosmos goes in basically every series team. She's so strong. I actually, and I use my Nahon harps a lot less than I used to now. Like it's kind of like the last grand that goes into a grid. I mean, unless I am very specifically maxing skill damage, yeah, it's like, I mean, like that class of weapon is still really good, but there's just so much stuff that has higher priority. I mean, if you can get Fjunf up to, as powered up as possible, Fjunf just makes it impossible to lose. Let's see. Somatic Shell. Soul Rend. Now fires 3 to 5 projectiles at levels 1 to 20. Previously 1 at all gem levels. Okay, actually Soul Rend. Nice bunch of extra built-in projectiles. That's cool. Void Sphere of Rending. This is the one that matters, because it's the one that does not have a cooldown. Now has a base radius of 2.8 meters, previously 2.4. Crit chance of 7%, previously 5. And 60% of fizz damage converted to chaos, previously 40. Now has 250% effectiveness of added damage at level 20, previously 190. And deals 1107 to 1660 fizz damage at level 20, previously 860 to 1290. Okay. Cool. Vol gem changes. Just spells getting their damage tweaked and their crit chances tweaked, so whatever. Let's see, Archmage nerfed a little bit. Cast on Ward Break. Now has supported spells have 5% increased cooldown recovery per 100 ward up to 400, previously uncapped. I'm surprised that was the only hit that it took. Charged mines, 20 customers rated 440. Okay, whatever. Companionship no longer has minions from supported skills have 40 to 60% more max life if they are your only minion. Now has minions from supported gem take 24 to 48% less damage if they are your only minion. Okay. High impact mine. Supported skills now deal 60 to 55% less damage. Previously 56 to 50. Now has a cost res of 65. Current light v dark units. What kind of squad would you suggest for Osiris? Let's see what you got going on here. Let's see. Tira's good. Babu's good. 6 just always works. Lich is always solid. Tsukuyomi is really if you're using crests. So yeah, I'd probably go with something like Tira, Lich, and 6 probably for general purpose. And light, let's see, Enthuria, Antheria and Europa are actually a really good combo. Um, Not much else to work with there. So yeah, I would say yeah. Europa, Antheria, and whatever. uh, yeah, or I would say Europa, Antheria, and roll another character. Yeah, we don't know what Ichigo does. Maybe he's cracked. Yeah, yeah. Shalom is good. Light DLF, massively underrated. Oh yeah, I mean, I have her ringed for esports reasons. So, um, yeah, she's actually, because damage, party wide damage reflection is such a rare thing. Yeah, she lets you get away with some shenanigans with that. Minion Pact has been reworked. It is now called Communion Support. It supports spell skills that hit enemies and cannot modify the skills of minions. Supported spells deal 20 to 30 added phys damage for each permanent minion at gem level 3. Has a cost and res multiplier of 150. Okay, yeah, yeah. No surprise that Minion Pact got basically deleted out of the game, for all intents and purposes. You just say your Dark Squad should be like Osiris, Lich, and 6. Yeah, that would be my pick. Yeah. Invest as much into 6 as you can. He just works. He's like one of Todd Howard's games. Uh, except for real. 6 just works. And Lich is very generically good also. She kind of just works. Spell Totem now does 55 to 50% less damage, previously 49 to 40. Unleash. Skills now deal 45 to 26% less damage when recurring, previously 45 to 36. Okay. Greater Unleash, 20 to 23%, 25 to 23% less damage. Previous. Oh wow, Greater Unleash got a nice bump. Yeah, and regular Unleash. Okay. Unique item changes. Abarath's Horn, don't care. And series rule now has 100 to 300% increased spell critical strike chance. That's cool. Breath of the Count. Oh, here we go. This is one I actually might care about because I like this item. Breath of the Council now has Chaos skills have 40 to 80% increased skill effect duration, previously 40. Holy moly! 80 to 100% increased Chaos damage, previously 80 to 100, and 10 to 20% increased AOE, previously 10. Okay, just made it better. The problem is it's a Chaos damage based scepter with good attack stats, and there are no Chaos attack skills in the game that can be used with scepters at all. Cane of Unraveling no longer has increased Chaos damage. Now has +1 maximum power charges. Now has 5% cast speed per power charge, previously 2, and regenerate 5 mana per second per power charge, previously 2. Disintegrator. Let's see what this is doing. This Disintegrator is a fun weapon. Now has 2% additional phys damage reduction from hits per siphoning charge, up from 1. And adds 20 to 23 to 26 to 30 phys damage to attacks and spells per siphoning charge, previously 12 to 14. And okay, Disintegrator got a nice little bump. Doriani's Delusion. Oh, this one's big. Original Sin is as of right now, you ideally want Wham and Indala alongside Osiris. Yeah. And trying to even out your Eternal grind. Yeah, just getting them to 100 for now, which is fine. Yeah. It's got 3 Atman banana boats. Doriani's Delusion unique boots are now found on Leviathan Greaves, Valor boots, and Warlock boot base types. Alright, so they're on the good types now, instead of the old types. They are now always found corrupted with a corruption implicit modifier. These changes do not affect existing versions. They now grant level 30 purity of fire, ice, or lightning, previously 25. Existing versions are affected by this change, although they will display as level 25 unless you update them with the Divine Orb. They also now have plus 0 to 100 to max life, previously 60 to 70. 0 to 40% increased max movement speed, previously 30. Armor-based Dorianis now have 0 to 200% increased armor. Evasion has 0 to 200 increased evasion. ES-based have 0 to 200% increased ES. Okay, so they drop corrupted and are have massive random rolls on them. Dusk Dawn and Replica Dusk Dawn now have plus 20 to 30% chance to block attack damage while wielding a staff, previously 10. Replica Emberwake, Foulborn Ghost Rive now has your maximum ES is equal to 35% of your max life, previously 40. Grey Spire. Ooh. Now has implicit modifier magnitudes are doubled. 300 to 400% global damage, previously 250 to 300. Nice. Plus 1 to 5 to all maximum resist, previously 1 to 4. Implicit modifier magnitudes are doubled, which is really interesting if you double corrupt it. Grey Wind now has attacks with this weapon have added fire damage equal to 6 to 10% of player's max life, previously 8 to 12. Ooh, Gull nerfed. Yeah. Gull now has 25 to 50% shrine effect, previously 75. 25 to 50% increased shrine duration, previously 50. Yeah, no surprise there. Hateforge now has 20 to 40% increased rage cost efficiency, previously 10 to 25% reduced rage cost. Yeah, okay. Yeah, talking about mana efficiency instead of reduced costs. Born Khaleesi's Lionized Remorse now has minus 150 fizz damage taken from projectiles. Oh, here's a big one. Rip and Piss. The Mask of the Stitch Demon now has regenerate 1% of life per second per 500 player max ES. Previously 500 max ES. So, rip Immortal AGs. Martyr of Innocent Staff now has plus 20 to 25% chance to block. Previously 12 to 16. And 100 to 200% increased fire damage. Oh, very nice. Okay. Martyr of Innocence, actually pretty decent now. Militant Faith. Nebulous. Namahu's Sign. Praxis. A lot of this is just cost stuff being modified. Spell gem level stuff being modified. Shimmeron. Singularity. Stormfire. Terran's Shiver. Tamanuku's Tidebreaker, we already saw that in the teaser. Replica Tukohama. Vertex. Void Battery. Ooh. Void Battery now has 10 to 15% increased spell damage per power charge, down from 25. 50% reduced spell damage, previously 80. And plus 100 to 120 max mana, previously 40 to 50. Rip. Worm Sign now has 10% increased mana, whatever. These crafting stuff, Elder. Caster weapon crap. Corruption implicits. Ooh. Socket of Gems are supported by level 17 added chaos damage on two-handed swords and bows. That's a neat corruption. Would be nice with, you know, my usual Viper Strike shenanigans. Would actually give me a reason to start corrupting my, my Echo Forges. Let's see. User bug fixes. Okay, well that's the patch notes. Yeah, nothing that I mean, other than maybe opening up some new build options. From cause like I kind of want to try the Instruments of Zeal stuff. Um. You know what? While we're here, by the way, utility beneficial. Invis. Yeah, we're gonna hit camo before we zone over, so we don't get mauled by guards. Getting the 12th anniversary selector ticket and getting Atom. Then you'd have a team of Atom, Atman, and Sandira. Would be pretty solid, I think. I mean, also Atom is one of those another character who just really works. Yeah, and you know, all roads truly do lead to Ogie Slop. And man, like also like Original Sin, yeah, as Judgmental was saying. But I mean, yeah, do you have like 2 or 3 mirrors laying around to at any given time to pick up an Original Sin? Off to Ocean of Tears? Yep. Yes, please. And we will head to Butcher Block for the low cost of 100 platinum. So, yeah, you know, would it be worth it to do? Would it be worth it to do like to do Instruments of Zeal now? Because it's actually usable. I mean, it's usable, but would it actually be good is the question. Compared to the other stuff that you could do instead. And yeah, the very lucky spray and pray assassin bifurcated cast on crit. Could be spicy. Gonna go get something to eat? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, have a good meal. Yeah, let me go. Yeah. In space spell, critical strike chance of spells is equal to that of main-handed weapon. I feel like... I don't know. It's like... Yeah. Well, you get the, I don't know. I feel like that is the node I'd be least likely to take. You know, unless I was using the, Oh, wait, that... I was gonna say, because, like, the... Let's see, unique swords. Two-handed swords. Yeah, where was that one? Yeah, the Golden Charlatan. With its 10 to 15% crit chance, but holy cow, that thing costs so much money. Because it's so mythically rare. And yeah, people use it for shrine stacking shenanigans. But I don't know. With the goal getting nerfed, I'll probably end up getting Osiris. Yeah, that's a good choice. Just gonna shop around for more opinions. Yeah. Yep, I think a lot of people would say what I said, which is get the more limited character. Grands are always there. You get to fish for grand characters every single month. Plus, you know, there's going to be a lot of free rolls coming up in August for all the summer shenanigans. So, there's that too. You know, having a... You know... Onigoroshi, though, has a 9% crit chance. Well, 8.5 to 9.5. So... You know... But Onigoroshi has no real damage, so your battle mage stuff just kind of stops working. Oh, yeah. Oh, and the following unique items are once again obtained through mercenary encounters, have been removed from the core drop pool. Azadi Crest, Binds of Bloody Vengeance, Ghastly Theater, Hand of Heresy, Howlcrack, and Scornflux. Okay, that makes sense. How many free rolls? We getting a lot. It'll be in August. Probably, I'm probably second half of August. Although we're gonna get free rolls to coincide with Bleach as well. Like, we're gonna be getting a lot of stuff over the next, let's call it 6 weeks. Yeah, solo respawning. Yes, please create. So yeah, we'll we'll see for sure once we start getting probably towards the end of the month. Maybe actually the choreograph at the end of the month we'll get an actual kind of schedule for August to tell us like what sort of free rolls we'll be receiving. I mean, I have no interest in Bleach whatsoever. I do not care at all about Bleach. Um, so, wait, what all do we have for spells? Oh, we have Stinging Swarm now, which is terrible. We have Tainted Breath as well, which is terrible. Direct damage. Oh, we have Frost Dagger now. Excellent. Ignite. Yeah, smite. That's about it for direct damage. HP buffs. Oh, we have Center, which is gonna be better than Skin Like Rock. It's not much, but you know what? We'll cast it for funsies, I guess. Better to have it than not, I guess. We did just pick up Symbol of Transal as well. Game has desire sensors. Yup. So you get everything but Rukia. Yeah, and see, I don't care about any of those characters from Bleach, so, you know, chances are I will probably get something. Actually, no, because I rolled both Armstrongs on FMA, in the span of, like, free rolls, I want to say, like, plus 10 or something, so I will probably just go 0-50, and I will not care. Healing, cure, pet stuff. Yeah, Spirit of Blizzard. Let's go ahead and hit that a while. Pet. Misk water buffs. Let's see. Stat buffs. Do we have anything? Fire Fist is already on. Resist buffs. Don't care. Stamina, whatever. Utility beneficials. Instrument of Knife is already turned on. We have Shield of Thistles. Which I assume stacks? Because it's a targetable version instead of the special self buff. And I assume Shield of Fire stacks with it. Yeah, it does. Okay, that's cool. Oh. Fire alarm. Fire siren going off. Looks like it's not making... Looks like the mic's not really picking it up, though. That's good. At least not much. Misk. Anything else that we need to... you know what? We can cast Spirit of Wolf. So we might as well. Our warder should also have Spirit of... Actually, it looks like he actually... I think he buffs himself with Spirit of Wolf, since he's high enough level for it. And wow, that is basically it for spells. Wow, we gained 4 levels and we got basically no spell upgrades. Just truly the hybrid experience right there. Yeah, we get one new. Yeah, our Beastlord dagger nuke gets an upgrade. Utility detrimental. We do get Soothe to replace Lull. That was... we have Harmony. We got Harmony at 22, which is basically pretty much the same spell. Works up to level 40. Reuses and yeah, that's right. That's right. Actually, that version of Harmony is an AOE. That's actually maybe useful, as opposed to having to do like single target soothe. 12-second cooldown is kind of a bugger, but it is AOE. Hey, J Media One. Oh, it's going pretty good. We went over all the Path of Exile patch notes. Um, it's gonna be Caster League for the most part, so it doesn't do me a lot of good. You know what? Let's actually put Harmony up for when we need it. Um, let's see here. That is spell. We need what's on spell 5. Actually, spell 5 is supposed to be our pet heals. Actually, and 6 is just our it's just ignite, I think. Just a quick nuke. I could always go cast on crit channeling with cast spells. I'm not gonna be playing the league super serial. So I don't know. We're probably just gonna do some kind of goofy meme build or something. Super serial. Yep. Totally super serial. Kind of like how Al Gore is totally super serial about the imminent threat of Man Bear Pig. So, I kind of want to give Luminary a try. With, or maybe, but I don't know. Like, being able to actually have Instruments of Zeal be playable, it just seems really nice. I don't know if it would be good or not. Probably not. But maybe 8 to 10% off of OT carrying Golden Lizard Raid with fire. Nice. Man, I remember when that raid was hard. Oh, we picked up a lot of major potential. We'll take 4 major potential. Yeah, move Harmony up to tier 6. Got hit with 20k damage fighting Megas Roadkill and D3 Nagy. Did you get like Grav Fluxed or something? By the way, is there a minimum level you need to be in order to request a Vox or Nagafen raid? You're 40? Yeah, I think I'd heard 40 somewhere, but wasn't sure of the veracity of that. do it, but Cock Ice Spear could get to about 170% crit chance without too much work. Bifurcated crit, that's like 85% crit chance. Yeah, 72% chance of double crit. Yeah, bifurcated crit, man. 200k. 200k damage. Okay, so you, yeah, you got, like, completely atomized, like, and to the point of just being deleted out of the Akashic record. Oh, hello, a glyphed sentry. Yeah, the bifurcated crit seems pretty neat, actually. Got some stuff for me on Beastlord. Oh, am I? Yup. Quality. Let me pull this back up here. Yeah, so yeah, Instruments of Zeal currently. +4 to maximum fanatic. I mean, actually. Okay. Alright. Currently gives you, let's see here. All charges removed to grant fanaticism, which grants your spells greatly increased attack speed, cast speed, area of effect, and cost reduction. Which grants 75% more cast speed, 75% reduced cost, 75% increased AoE. And then, yeah, the new... Yeah. Instruments of Zeal now grants +3 fanaticism, or 3 fanatic charges instead of 4. Yeah, gain 1 fanatic charge every second if you've attacked in the past second. Fanaticism buff now lasts for 5 seconds, previously 4 seconds. And yeah, grants 75% less cost of spells you cast yourself. So yeah, it really does want you to use that 75% more cast speed uh, to hard cast spells in between melee swings. So it's like running, inversion invocation. Oh yeah, detrimental. That's right. So hmm. Hmm. You know, with 75% more AoE, or increased AoE, which is it? 75% increased AoE. Like the new Reap spell. Oh, hey, that was a +6 mote off that glyphed guard. Holy moly. Um, um, yeah, plus, like the new Reap spell, or the, like the Transfigured Reap, might be, like, might be a thing. And Harmony is supposed to have, supposed to be an AoE, but it never seems to want to hit two of these guys at the same time. Well, whatever. Don't know what new Transfigured. Only shown two. Um, did they mention, like, how many we're supposed to expect? Um, it was caused by mana detonation. Your 200k damage. Oh, if it was a mana detonation, yeah, it had to have been like glitched out falling damage, because somewhere along the way, like, well, once 20k, as an instant kill fall became entirely survivable, they just cranked the fall damage cap up to 200. So yeah, you must have gotten some glitched out falling um, distance, and it basically set you to the auto kill value. Oh yeah, this thing we were talking about, by the way, yesterday, like the reason. Oh jeez. Um, the reason we waited until 25 to come to Mistmore was because right around this point in the zone, we start seeing enemies that are substantially above the default level cap of lull, and we really need pacify or soothe. in order to split them. Also, the Monica, how many? 1, 2. I have 6 points left. Honestly, reinforcement is very handy. Oh, now we have 7 AAs to spend. Okay. So, Hobble, Frenzy, Possum, Paragon. I mean, Healing Adept and stuff. Extra spell gems also. Always, a little bit of mana regen. Oh, you know what? We should grab physical enhancement for value. Crested Mistmore shield. All right. I mean, that's cool. And at +4, Crested Mistmore shield is actually, very respectable. We have no use for it at this level, but for a thing you pick up at like mid-20s, pretty solid. Sells for 32 platinum. Not to mention, all the fine steel that you get in here. Super useful. Glyphed Custodian. So if she's the custodian of Mistmore Castle, is she the one tasked with polishing the knobs, so to speak? Do we have any other good spells coming up in the foreseeable future? 26 we get Spirit Strike. Okay, that's a thing. get Flaming Arrow at least. It's something. Heracle's Soothing. At 27. Yeah, not much actually. Well, yeah, we get a new. We get Spirit of Inferno. We get the next pet proc buff at 28. 30 is the next pet, and then Greater Healing, but yeah, not and oh yeah, okay. And the next Ranger self buff. So okay, I mean, so the answer is no. Actually, we do not get much for a while. Also interesting. Harmony is Abjuration, huh? Kind of interesting because all the other calm spells are alteration. Also, we're gonna hopefully get ourselves a Soulfire hilt while we're here. Slave Trammels +7 with 35 AC. Yeah, those need to either have their AC nerfed into the ground or be made lore. They're not even a rare drop. They're like a common to like maybe like uncommon drop off of any random slaver. Really? This thing keeps resisting my slows? There we go. Oh boy. Rune of Fortune. Just what I always needed. Well, at least we'll ding 26 off of probably this elf right here, as a matter of fact. Oh, I see a couple of mobs up. See, actually, several named up. Maid Issus is up. I see Butler Sincall is up. Okay. Let's okay, heals. Actually, put the pet heal right there. And oh, yep, we dinged 26 there. Very nice. Keshval's goes right there. Utility detrimental slow goes right there. Yes, pet goes right there just in case. Soothe can stay right there, and let's go ahead and put cure disease up just in case we get, or that's fine. Yes. Hello there, an initiate familiar. Oh, geez, we just got a lot of mobs. Oh, geez. We are probably going to die right here. Actually, wait, let's kill this idiot first. Because she is a spindly wizard. So she will probably go down like a sack of bricks. If I can... Yeah. If I can ever be unstunned for 2 consecutive seconds. Oh. Lots of enemies. Oh, yeah, well, now we're dead. Yeah, now we're super dead. Blah, yeah. That was a lot of mobs. But hey, you know what? It wouldn't be Mistmore if we weren't training ourselves with a dozen mobs at any given moment. So yeah, no complaints here. Let us actually beneficial. Let's just camo on up to where we left off, so we don't have to deal with all the light blue con nonsense here at the entrance. Got to get back to those delicious yellows and reds. You know, I'm thinking on live. This zone might be more like part of the Enchanter side quest. You know, where we take our Enchanter after the Enchanter has out-leveled a few places like Befallen and Najina and what you call it? Oh bloody hell. Bloody hell. We have evasive on. But yeah, we're still just getting mega stun nuked here. So wizard, yeah, okay. Start with the wizard. Yeah, perfect place to just cruise through the zone with AoE Mez. Especially our goal being the spa area, which has a lot of mobs in it. Being able to lock it down with AoE Mez would just solve so many problems. Oh. So we're gonna actually have to pull these mobs up the ramp a little bit here. Because, like, stuff is already repopping that we just killed. Alrighty, let's see. You know what? We're probably gonna get. Actually, let me. Oops. Let's overchannel the next couple of pacifies just in case. Yeah. We will get very aggressive with our soothing. Because, yeah, these idiots have just monster aggro ranges. Alright. Alright, you gotta break line of sight. Yeah, as long as we're thorough in our pacifying, you know, it's easy peasy. Yeah. We'll say also, And our weaponry just kind of, I mean, it's a testament to the fact that we're doing good damage for the level, but man, we are just obliterating our endurance bar with offensive stance. Oh, we got both of them. Really? Even pacified, we got both of them from that far away? Like, really? Oh, this Ancil thinks she's so cool with her greater healing. Ugh. Oh, yeah. Harmony is actually considered a detrimental spell. It requires line of sight. Which makes sense. Need you to come out of the doorway, please. Thank you. Can root me all you want there, Miss Wizard. It is not going to do you a lot of good. Where are we? Let's see, do we do, do we save the ballroom and the garden for after we get a Soulfire Hilt? Oh, hello, Will Sapper. Lovely to see you. Let's see, the castle is where you got the biggest trains. Hey, Paradox Moose, good evening. And yep, especially over by the garden. It's so easy to just pull the whole garden. Could, in Paladin fashion, only use skull gems. Only use skill gems that have holy or divine in their names. Or shield-based. You know, I'm kind of looking at some of that stuff. You know, we could absolutely do some kind of meme build to that effect. You know, the thing is with, like, the holy skills, though, they require you to use maces and staves. Like, the fact that, like, The fact that you can't use swords is kind of goofy, I think. Ah, crap. Glyphed Guard? Where did these idiots aggro from? Beast, Glyph Sentry. Look over here. More ads coming in from the next zip code over, as they do. Oh. Yeah, or doing like shield skills. Like Divine Retribution is a really good skill. I mean, it was already a good skill, and it got majorly buffed. Like the question becomes, like, sword and board or staff. And yeah, Spine Snatch is a really cool item. Because I mean, well, let me rephrase. It's a, I mean, it is clearly meant to work with Light Poacher. Like, I think that's the play with Spine Snatch there is, yeah, you Light Poacher it up. And then you use Spine Snatch as itself to just stack jewels. Like you stack Murderous Eye Jewels on it, and you run Light Poacher, and you just have infinity added damage on like a on one of the blade spells. Might go slamming as spell build uniques will be more expensive due to hype. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, one of the of the all-flame. Yeah, some of the other stuff. Yeah, the Sea Blister. Yeah. Grants level 20 Savage Barnacle. Also, the friggin' you get an item and it will split into a multitude of ghostly outcomes. Um, I'm curious. I'm curious with the all flame crafting if defeated an item and it was. I'm curious if you can use the all flame crafting with unique items for the handful of crafts you can do to a unique. You know, like volatile vol orbs in particular. Has beta been extended? Nope. Nope, we've got less than a week left. It is, you know, the final countdown. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Oh. Yeah, stat re-rolling with divines on high value uniques. Yeah, I wonder if that's a possibility. Or even, I mean, even just being able to, or even, you using that system like before a divine orb to get, you know, basically quadruple the outcome. Or, I mean, even just using like vol orbs to see which outcome, you know, gives you an implicit and which ones brick the item. Yeah, fractured crafting basically. Yeah, super worth. You know, basically having a four-way Hinakora's lock on a crafting step. Yeah, crazy powerful. I mean, there's a reason Hinakora's locks are so expensive. And you know, it's got the system itself also has a few, you know, has those new ducats as the new like league crafting currency to do special crafts. Mercs are back. Luminary. Oh yeah. Here's where we can actually see the Luminary's nodes. Mercenary damage and light radius. I like that it gets light radius as a stat. Like, finally, light radius stacking is a thing. My dream is finally here. Yeah, your mercenary and their minions deal 15% increased damage and 5% light radius. Also, it's worth noting, like, Luminary actually gets a notable from Lab 1. That's huge. Because the other Um, the other Scion ascendancies get nothing from Lab 1. EQL The Shining. um, then from, yeah, Noble Blood, yeah, you can hire a mercenary permanently. And then you get, your small node allows your merc to equip a unique item of, the small node is belt, ring, amulet, gloves, helms, boots. Then the notable, legendary arms. Your merc can equip unique weapons, shields, and quivers. Your merc and their minions deal 8% more damage for each unique item they have equipped. So, you could, for example, actually just take 2 small nodes here if you really wanted to, and you don't have to take the notable. Or you got to the right, mercs have increased max life, and you have increased light radius. Loyal Bodyguard. If your merc's life is higher than your own, 20% of damage from hits is taken from your mercenary's life before you. Interesting. If your mercenary's life is lower than your own, 40% of damage they take is recouped as life. Neat. Alright. Merc life and light radius. Bestowed Knighthood. Your mercenary taunts on hit. Your mercenary has 50% increased effect of non-curse auras from skills. Very interesting. Or, we got the left side. Link cast speed and light radius. Oath of Fealty. 50% less cost of link skills. Link skills have infinite attachment duration. Oh, that's cool. If your linked mercenary dies, the link owner does not also die. Increases and reductions to light radius also apply to effect of your link skill buffs on your merc. Now, it massively lowers their value in late game. I mean, yeah, consider if you're not interested in either of these like notable chains, you could just load up on these small nodes. You take, let's say here, so like Lab 1 gets you Noble Blood, that's mandatory. Lab 2 gets you, let's say rings, because that gives you 2 gear slots. Plus arms. Lab 3 gives you 2 more smalls. Lab 3. Lab 4 gives you 2 more smalls. You could get all but one of these if you go all in on merc equipment. If you need that many uniques on the merc to make it work. So, really, you want to plan out your mercenaries' gear well in advance. Where is this third mob that I can't even see? Oh, it's killing my pet. That's what it's doing. Oh my god. Where? We killed this mob 3 or 4 times over, but... No. Once again, like, multiple stacked up healers. Just is a problem. I mean, this is not new. Or, like, all we can really do is try to just run them out of mana. Here we go. Was there... okay. I was gonna say, was there actually an option to have unique body armor on there? Amulets, rings, belts, gloves, helms, boots. I don't think unique body armor is actually a thing. Yeah, gloves, helmets, boots, belts, rings, amulets, weapons and shields and quivers. Yeah, there is no unique body armor. Yeah. Yeah. Like, that was the only way to prevent Doriani's abuse. So that also means no Garb of the Ephemeral. What was this other one? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, and so, like, the thing with the link skills, on one hand, you know, infinite, link skills have infinite link attachment. I mean, that's cool. You cast it once, it's just on. The problem is, most link skills are not good. And the buff effect on Golden Glory, other than, like, Flame Link, that doesn't do anything. I'm gonna move into this room, take a quick med break, because, yeah, like, we go over to link skills, for example. Alright, so Intuitive Link triggers a supported spell from linked target's location when they hit an enemy. Which is neat, because you get some, like, actually good spell automation right there. So, like, actually useful. But the buff effect has no impact on that. Vampiric Link is, now, the infinite duration Vampiric Link. This is interesting, because one of the effects of this is life leech effects are not removed at full life. This gives you overleech. And you know, if you're at full health, then the recovery from your leech is applied to your merc. actually useful. Maximum total recovery from life leech is neat. So, like, buff effect does work here, but I wouldn't bother scaling it, most likely. Destructive link. Target has extra crit multi. Link target's main hand crit chance is equal to yours. Which is cool if you're using Trepannin. Because now your Merc is also auto-critting. But again, like the buff effect is going to give you a little bit of extra crit multi, but that's it. Frigid Bond is actually interesting because suddenly you're getting a cold dot from your Link skill. So that's neat, actually. Especially now that it's permanent. Soul Link. Link target takes less damage. Damage from hits against target is taken from your ES before them. Again, the numbers are pretty small, so you're not going to scale a whole lot of value off that. Flame Link, this is where it actually comes into play. Because Link target gains some flat added fire damage. And also fire damage equal to your max life. And Protective Link. Okay, now this one's a little more interesting. Link target recovers life when they block. Although that requires your Merc to have a shield or something. Link target's chance to block attack damage is equal to... Oh, never mind. Actually, it's equal to yours. Max chance to block attack damage is equal to yours. Now, it's only attack block. But it is a thing. And... Interestingly, it does also permanent link also enables Hand of Frisia. So getting like 40% aura effect, and your aura now specifically, your link target is always in range of your auras. So that's cool. And there's also the Hallowed Monarch, which is kind of interesting. Because you can also link a minion. You can also link your damageable minions. So you could link your Merc and your AG, for example. And maybe actually make link skills work. Volcanic Fisher Berserkers with Slammer Mercs. Yup. Oh yeah, I mean, I used Vampiric Link to great effect on my Slayer. Because, you give Slayer Link to the... gives, especially because, I don't need the recovery from my own life leech, and I'm effectively always at full health. So, yeah, all that leech recovery that I wasn't using was just going to my Merc and made her completely unkillable. I mean, she had to get truly one-shotted, which is really hard to do to a Merc. Because Mercs can survive a memory game. So, with the addition of Luminary and support for Link skills like this, they should have just done a full pass on Link skills as a skill category and made them good. And especially, design them to actually function with buff effect. Give them things worth scaling. Although, yeah, 40% aura effect on Hand of Frisia is no joke. Link skills have been in for 3 years? Yeah, something like that, because they've been in since... I want to say they were introduced with, like, Settlers League, or maybe, like, right before Settlers League. And Settlers lasted for, like, 14 months, so... You know, the numbers are a little bit distorted because of that. In terms of, like, months and stuff, but yeah, they're... Also, I guess the link will still break due to line of sight, but at least its duration is infinite. But yeah, still sad gay that Mercs will never be able to use unique body armor because Doriani's exists. The PK uses, yeah. That was the thing. There's supposed to be a mo... Oh, there she is. Oh no. Oh. Oh god. Well, we're dead. Yeah. Aggroed the whole spa right there. Good lord. Well, while we're waiting on mana. Yeah, I don't think we got any spells at 27, did we? Or anything? Oh, we got Heracol's Soothing. Okay, well. We got a new pet heal. Yep. Sure is Miss Moore in here. Slam Zerk Chieftain or Carrion Golem Necro. Yeah. Let me go back and look at those patch notes again, and let's go because we gotta wait on some mana here anyway. You know what we can do? Also, we have. Yeah, let me go back. Let's see. Absolution has a slightly faster cast time. Who cares? Let's see. Ice Nova. Incinerate. Ice Spear. Splitting. Has more crit chance. And splits toward more targets. What would we even... And yeah, we know that yeah, Divine Blast got a little buff. Not huge, but it got something. Divine Ire. I mean, yeah, Retribution. Yeah, Divine Retribution, honestly, looking very spicy. Yeah, looking very spicy. Oh, dang it. It turned us around to face us the wrong direction. Dang it. Yeah, Severed in Sleep and United in Dream should be cheap, yeah. Oh, she see. Oh, yeah. She's undead. She sees invis. Oh, well, she single pulled herself, so you know it's fine. because I forgot to click back to something else. Yes, past tense of dig, aka Doug. Yeah, I got slowed, but it's fine. Which actually is a reason to just switch back to evasive and heal while my pet kills this thing off. Kitty. You want to jump up? Alright, now the big question is whether we will be able to pull the spa without pulling the entire, like that whole corner of the castle. Oh, come on. I am probably just gonna get chain stunned here. Or whiz. Okay, yeah, they're all just spindly wizards with no hit points, so. Doug, how are you doing tonight? Excellent. Trying to decide what server to play on. We're gonna be playing on Freeport over here, so, you know, there's always that. I mean, most, but, you know, not I. Alright, we need to put, Harmony back on. I don't know if Harmony's gonna do us much good here. Oh. Crit resist. On calm, of course. Because why would anything nice ever happen? Every time. Every single time. Oh, Paladin, Cleric, Zerk, for sure. to start. Actually, are there any clerics in this? Oh god. More heals. Need more heals. Brought you up to Mistmore? Partly because I just haven't been to Mistmore yet on open beta. So I thought it would be fun. Wouldn't mind grabbing a Soulfire hilt while I'm here. And yeah, I just kind of wanted to put this Oops All Hybrids trio kind of to the test. Because for the level, Mistmore +4 is a little rough, honestly. You know, because it's so easy to pull like 5 or 8 mobs down on your head at one time. So coming in here with no crowd control, you know, is a little bit disproportionately challenging. So, but hey, you know what? We got through that poll. You know, on a... Oh, we got the princess. Princess is over in the throne room. Okay. It is just a Mistmore guard in the spa right now. Okay, let's move into the bedroom before we, you know, attract the worm. Gotta... When do we get the, I want to say, like, 30 is our next pet? 21... Yeah, because we're 27 right now. Yeah, 20... Next level, we get Vanilla Stun that we won't use. Spirit of Inferno that we will use. Spirit Strength, that doesn't really matter. Oh boy, at 29, we get Summon Food! Boy. 29, we get the next Ranger self buff. Okay, that's... Or Ranger... oh, no, that's actually the, upgrade to one of the other lines. Because that one's actually, targetable. Yeah, 30, then we get... Yeah, Spirit of Heracol and Greater Healing. And, oh, and Barb Coat. Yeah, we actually get quite a bit of stuff at 30. But we gotta get to 30 first. Okay. So are there any, So let's give our pet the butt, if at all possible. And yeah, did a quick sweep through the mobs to make sure there were no, like, clerics. Can this thing please just die already? Oh, missed more guard. Aggroed. Yeah, remember that it is, if you're hunting Zacatl, it is suboptimal to kill the Mistmorgard. Because left to her own devices, she will respawn in 2 minutes. If you kill her, it'll take 5 minutes for her to respawn. Who is sending me text messages at 11 o'clock at night? Oh. Oh, it's just Comcast telling me that that my automatic payment was received. Oh boy. I don't suppose the yeah, no caitiff or anything out here. And probably just as well. Because we honestly need to med up before repops happen. Alright, bedtime for Aenia and Doug. Alright. We'll be, just FYI for both of you, we'll be off tomorrow night. So, but we'll be back on Saturday. Because, unfortunately, I have to actually leave my house tomorrow night for reasons other than work. I know, gross. Now that I think about it, when was the last time I left the house for a reason other than work? Or I should say, like, for a, February? Well, and I should say, actually, I should say left the house for a recreational reason, because I did. It was what, middle of June. I did have to. Did have to go to a funeral, but I don't count that. You know, that's. And, yeah, have I... Have I left the house for leisure purposes at any point this calendar year? No, I don't think so. I mean, yeah, maybe, for that matter, I don't think I left the house for leisure purposes in the month of I don't, in like last December either. Actually, wait, did I leave? Did I go anywhere for leisure purposes, anywhere at all in the span of 2025? I mean, I had to have, right? I don't remember. I don't remember doing that, but surely I had to have. Yeah, last time I left the house to explicitly hang out with people, I think was... Did I do that like once last year? Like I'm trying to remember if I did that last year. At any point in like calendar 2025. And like I don't think so. Like I don't remember it. I feel like I would remember something like that. Yeah, yeah, level 28. Huzzah. 2024, I think, was probably the last time I left the house to engage in some sort of leisure activity. Oh, hey, Lasna. Do you have an earring for me, perhaps? Lasna, I need you to... Actually, we're gonna... Oh my god. Yeah, come on, get off. Ugh. Oh my god. Leering Gargoyle, please hit me instead of, Oh, the Gargoyle is also a cleric. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? At least it has like no mana. Oh, my pet died. Oh, I was wondering, like, where did my pet go? Oh, it went to a farm upstate. Want to buy diamondine earrings? Yeah, no kidding. Hey! Very nice. An earring with stats. It has stats at all, so it's pretty okay. Oh, I actually dropped 1 point shy of tier 5. That's cool. Yeah, fat loot. Absolute login moment. Here, let me pull this thing into a corner so the pet can have the butt. Did I delete and start fresh? No, we have our New Game Plus gear for this. Though, we are still using a pristine studded leather bracer, oddly enough. Because I never dropped a Valorium bracer in, all that time in Hate and Fear. Even though there are quite a few mobs that drop bracers. Yeah, I wish I had a use case for this Revoltant Web. Really? Where did... She aggroed the entire throne room? Are you freaking kidding me? How did we... Like, she chain aggroed Princess Shirista all the way from over here. Sure is Mistmore in here, huh? That's where I got the biggest drains, yep. And of course that train starts up when I, don't have LOH up quite. Oh, and we just get Shock of Swords into oblivion. Many such cases. Well. Yep, just another day in Mistmore. Yeah, this is why I have not bothered trying to do the garden yet. Because yeah, I know it will just pull the whole thing in one shot. Probably before I even have line of sight to any of the mobs. But it's fine. We can just, horse speed run our way back to where we were. Oh, oops. Got a Will Sapper right there? Okay. Dang it. And of course, if one mob shows up, the next 8 or 15 will just all auto pull. You know. As we said, just typical Mistmore. Oh, this thing is a cleric paladin. It needs to die first. Please don't resist my slows. Like, it's not even a good slow. Just... Hey, Popper. New combo working? I've been lurking... you know what? I think if, Oh, come on. Giga stunned. Oh, my pet died again. That's the problem. Okay. If we had, probably the big problem is that a lot of hybrids have, kind of a bad early to mid game, as their spells are just way too far behind the curve to matter. Guys, can you please stop wandering into camp? Please, just stop. Oh, and of course he's a... Like, I would totally play Beastlord again. I honestly, I think Ranger is probably having the least impact right now. Because most Ranger spells at this level are terrible, even by hybrid standards. Beastlord Pet, even at this level, especially with the spell upgrade system to keep it level relevant, is actually good. Ranger's main contribution is its passive to buff my attack, which is nice, but shifting the bell curve to the right a bit is not such a huge thing. Just excited for live. You've had a blast so far. I'm super glad to hear that. Even on kind of weird little, meme build challenge runs like this, I still have fun with it. Even, it can definitely get aggravating. No question about that. But that is kind of the point. Soul Temptress, okay. Alright, the next room is about... Alright, the library there is about half undead. So about half of them are gonna see through invis. Oh, wait, maybe not. Maybe... did they just repop? Sacrificer... Usher... The Herald. Okay, okay. The Soul Temptress is downstairs. Okay. So we can actually just walk through here, invis, and be fine. Okay. What about the next room, though? Herald, Scribe, Herald. Okay, next room does not see invis. We've got a Gargoyle. Next room, though, has a see invis mob. Because there is a Will Sapper in there. Bedroom. Bedroom is still like half. You know what? I think it's actually probably better. We retreat back to the library. We kill everything in the library first. And so we have a place to start pulling from. Dark Sacrificer. Yeah. Unless these mobs are... all these casters in here are pretty squishy for the most part. So... You know, I'm a little curious if we had run, like, Paladin Shadow Knight Beastlord, like, how would things be running? But, you know, we will not be tempted by the dark side. No. For what good is it to a man if he conquers the world but loses his soul? Or however the exact wording goes. Vol or no balls. I mean, also correct. It's like, you know, like, are you even playing Path of Exile if you're unwilling to put your mage blood on Ulva's Altar of Corruption? This... The usher was stuck in the wall there. Huh. Step elf stuck in the wall. Hmm. The next room, gargoyle, will sapper, flouting gargoyle. Got him. You got a mage blood to drop in PoE 2 based. I have never dropped a mage blood or a headhunter, or a mirror for that matter. And I've been playing PoE 1 since 1.00. You're doing the same thing in Miss Morton. Nice. The most overdressed level 10 shaman in Crushbone. Gotta get those 30 AC shoes, huh? Crank up that kick damage. Oh, dang it. Watershed. Or mage. We will kill this one first. On account of, you know, the ancient mystical rule of Geek the Mage. Man, I would love a heal spell that actually moves the needle a little. Well, we gotta hit 30 for that. Oh god. I am super stunned. Oh, this gargoyle is a cleric, of course it is. And this other will sapper is a paladin, of course it is. Yeah, we are 100% going to die here. Yeah, there is no universe where we survive this. Not with this many healers piled on top of each other. Well, I say that. Well, once the healers run out of mana, you know, it gets easier after that. On the other hand, things in this zone repop so fast, we're going to get repops from the next zone, or from the next room over, before we kill all these. More than likely. Will Pillager. The Will Pillager is like stuck in the wall. Another case of, yeah, walls are suggestions in this zone. Enemies can just get stuck in them like so many proverbial stepsisters. And okay, we lived that. Alright, I mean, I am thoroughly surprised that we survived all that. And we dinged 29. Okay. Alright, we need to... move into the antechamber here. Shadowy Scribe and Deathly Usher. Okay, we can actually... We can camo up. Oh, dang it. Oh my god. Of course. Neck and Shaman Wizard. Ugh. Yeah, and then Repops come in behind us just in time to re-aggro, you know, the universe. As they do. And I get stunned just long enough to not be able to interrupt a heal. Oh my god, and now there are... 4 healers stacked on top of us. So that is just... Yeah, that... We have no gas left in the tank. We can't deal with another pile of healers. Right at... Oh, and our pet just died. Yeah, we can't deal with another pile of healers stacked on top of it. Yeah, just... yeah, that's, give in to mesmerization. Well, you know what? If hybrids had access to mesmerization, we'd be able to use it. Because, like, I know for a fact, yeah, with an enchanter in the trio, this would be beyond trivial. I mean, it would be, like, actual journalist mode easy. That much is a given. Just standing around, like, 10 mobs pop in on me in these dungeons. Yep. My mount begins casting Summoning Earth. What? Apparently my horse is a mage. Alright, back we go. Oh, whoop. Millsapper. Druid, yeah. Oh, it's this one over here. Oops. Wrong, oof. Alrighty. And yeah, we're going through the hidden tunnel this time, because I think it is actually maybe the safer way to get back to the spa. Yeah, at level 30, we get a nice little power spike from new spells. Not the least of which is a new pet and a new heal. I remember even on our very first trio, it took until, like, the lower 30s before we were able to actually hold the spa camp more or less consistently. And yeah, on live when we come here to actually get our first Soulfire hilt, yeah, it'll be with an enchanter. This is where we'll basically level, yeah, the enchanter side quest is gonna, we'll do, Najina and Runny Eye starting at 16 to get a couple of the key drops out of those spots. Detrimental, calm. Oh, Zacatl. Hello there. Hello, Zacatl. Nice of you to join us. Oh, geez. That's bad. Oh, man. Of course, it aggroed the entire bedroom and everything down the hall from that. Good comms with warrior that's not warrior, cleric, bard. Hey. One sec. I am busy getting killed here. Yeah, we're just gonna die. Yeah, we're just super cooked. I mean, we aggroed, like, what is that, like 10 mobs? Gargoyle. About 11 mobs there, so yeah. We're your druid bard for your first trip to 50. Also, yeah, to kind of show how goofy, why does this not, kind of show you how goofy aggro is, why, well, for one, why is the map not, reaching full, opacity? Yeah, it's supposed to be, it's like stuck in faded mode for some reason. Anyway, so it's hard to, it's kind of hard to see, but, if I can pull up the, I can't really pull up the, it's not really visible, right now. Okay, whatever. But yeah, like the, I was gonna say, yeah, like anything involving, like, you know, any of the three healers, and, you know, like, especially an enchanter, is just absolute easy mode. AoE Mez is just so powerful. Yep. Yeah, since things like hit points and mana and endurance, you know, your three core resource pools are based on the two best classes. They are the two classes in your kit that give you the most value for that resource. You know, and like a hybrid, especially either of the knight classes, just gives you like almost the best health, almost the best mana, almost the best endurance. It gives you like second best of everything simultaneously. So you have one of those plus like a pure melee and a pure caster, and you have almost the best of all worlds. Not actually the best of any of them, but almost the best of all of them. And you know, Warrior kind of goes with everything for the most part, because Warrior's main thing is just having big numbers. You know, it's good at getting punched in the face. It's got generally good combat skills for basically everything. Yeah, um, it's just good at kind of everything. Everything melee based anyway. Oh, it's gonna. What I was trying to show there was like the kind of the goofy aggro. The only two enemies that didn't aggro when I pulled Zacatl were two of the other mobs in the what the hell? Oh. War Mage. Yeah, okay. Yeah, two of the lulled mobs in the spa room didn't aggro for some reason. But like we pulled everything from like a room and a half away. Yeah, by the way, Zacatl has an unusually large aggro radius, even by the standards of this zone. Yeah, the Warriors regen AA actually makes passive regen a stat that does something. How about Warrior Necro Shaman or Warrior Shaman Enchanter? Yeah. Um, yeah, either of those would be. I'd probably go Shaman Ench over Shaman Necro, but just because Enchanter is again just so crazy strong. Uh, Mesmerize just lets you get away with murder. There we go. Okay. That more or less worked. Well. Ow. Oh, and we got the gargoyle, of course. Oh, we got 2 gargoyles from down the hall. Very nice. Love to see it. Okay, oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. How are we taking so much damage? I mean, alright, well, we're about to die. Horribly, I might add. Yep. Oh my god. What? Man. Well, what started off as a nice, like, 2-pole just exploded out into a 6-pole. You know, before the mobs even had time to path over and start attacking. Man, those gargoyles aggroed from, you know, like, multiple zip codes away. Well, welcome to Messmore. Oh, our quick buff isn't even back up yet. Hey, Twerk Justice, welcome to the program. Yeah, it is. Yep. Yeah. The action economy is a big thing. You can only cast 1 spell at a time. Or you can only really do 1 thing at a time. When you're melee, yeah. You know, the insane stuns. Yeah, when you, you know, or the I think the most challenging situation I typically run into in like an XP grinding scenario is multiple healers stacked on top of each other. Because suddenly, you know, you can only really lock down 1 of them at a time. You know, you can't, you know, keep 2 of them fully interrupted forever. And so you're just kind of stuck, waiting until 1 or both of them, you know, or God forbid, like all 5 of them, just run out of mana. And especially on D4, if they have 2 full caster classes, they just have what feels like infinite mana. And you have to just suck it up and, you know, and kill that first mob like 18 times over until the whole group runs out of mana, and then you can start working them down systematically. Yep. Yeah, or yeah, you start getting melee stunned over and over because you get enough mobs stacked up. And eventually, you know, a kick or a bash or something is just kind of going off every couple of seconds. And even casting an inverted heal becomes challenging. Yeah, right now, like, the kind of the problem we're having is because we're playing a dumb, meme build challenge run, is we have the traditional hybrid problem of all of our spells are now woefully behind the curve, and casting regular old plain healing at level 29 is just not effective at all. I mean, even greater healing that we get next level is already going to be halfway obsolete the moment we learn it. So next level we do get a nice power spike. And then we will, but our spellcasting will go from terrible to merely mediocre. So we will, now, admittedly, we are deliberately, trying to, push the limits a little bit. Just see, like, how hard of a scenario can we throw ourselves into with this dumb meme build and get through it. So, that's why I'm not really getting frustrated, because it's supposed to be a struggle here. Oh, hello, Caitiff. How nice to see you. I don't need any of your drops, but, it's just nice to see you once in a while. Ah, some crested spalders. I mean, if I didn't have a full deck of Innerrook drops already, those might have been pretty useful. But I do have a full deck of Innerrook drops, so they're not useful. Alright, Ushers can skip them. We will need to kill the gargoyles over here, though. These guys are going to add. Let's see, we only have 4 AAs to spend right now. Yep, stupid gargoyle. Stop trying to slow me. It is not going to work. Where? Oh, how much did we just... Oh, jeez. That escalated quickly. Oh, and she's casting Blaze. Because, enemy magicians actually cast good spells. Pretty consistently. Like, enemy magicians have way better AI than enemy wizards, for the most part. Alright. Popper, good night. As I mentioned before, yeah, we'll be off tomorrow. Because I will actually have to leave the house for a couple hours. But we'll be back on Saturday. How much, Yep, we will see you on Saturday. Alright, now let's see here. How much... Actually, I guess the real question there... Oof. I think we actually, like, pulled one of the mobs out of that room? Maybe? Is that what happened? Alright, we're gonna soothe the Mistmorgard. Soothe the Deathly Harbinger. Wait, what? Really? Did I? Deathly Harbinger is... Oh, I probably just can't... Yeah, there's the Deathly Herald in there. Really? Oh, jeez. Even with Overchannel, we crit resisted the friggin' Soothe. Like, are you kidding me? Oh, that was the wrong button to push. Like, that was a minus 210 magic resist check, and we crit resist. Like, seriously. Oh my god, we are so stunned. Any of this War Shadow Knight. Cleric, okay. We will lock down the Cleric while the pet does the bulk of the damage. But, based on charisma, that's entirely possible. Yeah, it's scary outside, I know, right? That's, And did we... Alright, we only pulled one of the mobs from the next room over. Oh, we have 170 charisma also, so... Um... Now, can we get another Zacatl? Is the question. Hopefully at a time when it's, you know, when we don't already have 8 mobs in camp. But I might be asking too much there. Oh. Really? We got... Warrior Ranger, Warrior Druid. Hmm. Alright, the, oh, jeez. Oh, come on. Let me, I mean, I do have LOH up still. Trying to not use it if I don't have to. Oh, yeah. Alright, Spa is starting to repop. Redcon Harbinger in there. Pet, please attack. Please do damage, Pet. Alright, just a nice, easy warrior rogue mob. Another thing is, there's just so many mobs here. You never really get to go out of combat to actually do any real power meting. This... What time is it anyway? Oh, it is just after midnight. Okay. Well, it would be, would sure be swell if we could get a Zacatl. Alright, we're gonna just sit in the corner and power med. And hope for the best. At least we're gonna hit 30 in like 3 more mobs. 3 or 4. Oh, our pet evaporated. Okay, that was part of the problem. Oh, and the Mistmore guard decided to aggro. Okay. Rip. Oh, yeah. Alright, well, we got the, well... I'm keeping an eye on the spawns here, just to... Oh, hey, Lasna. Hey, another earring. How are... Well, there's only 2 in the back cover. If we can get the spawn, I don't know, if we can get the spawns a little bit broken up, it'll be a lot easier. Okay. Hey, ding 30. so long, regular healing. Hello, greater healing. That, man, Rangers don't get greater healing until 38. Good lord. Beastlords don't get it until 34. And we do get a new pet, though. Very nice. Yeah, major, let's see, deposit. Oh, for up to 23, 23 major motes. And summon our new pet, which is, alright, it is level capped at our level -1. Very good. Yeah, we can look. Toss up the new ranger buff, barb coat. Oh yeah. We can toss up Rift Wind's protection. Flaming Arrow, Smite. Oh boy, we finally get Expulse Undead. Cure Disease. So yeah, now we're a little bit less pathetic. Oh. Ugh. Our new heal actually almost moves the needle on our health bar. Glorious. It's almost a real heal. What do we... These poor shadowy scribes have so little HP. They just evaporate. Oh. Oh. Yeah, if we try to pull the next room, we'll end up pulling the throne room as well. And we will get overrun. Also, hey, we're 21% of the way into the level already. It's just... I think that 23%. So... Oh. Let's see, do we have any more like important spells coming up on the horizon at all? Since we just got all the fun stuff at 30, we're probably gonna be 31 is junk. Oh boy, 32 we get levitate. 33 we get ice spear, which is actually decent. We get another, we get a bramble coat. We get that at 34. New slow at 35. Oh, we get Call Sky at 36. Science? Oh, but yeah, alright, now that the spawns are broken up, this is not such a bad camp to hold. Can we make... I don't know. I want to try to let Zacatl spawn, like, once more before we call it a night. I don't know how plausible that really is. Also, yeah, that dumb Mistmore guard can despawn whenever he feels like it. Really? Of course. Oh, look, it pulled the whole hallway. What a surprise. Scott Hall, what? Thank you for that follow. Welcome to the program. I think we're gonna get... Yeah, absolutely, just overrun. What else is new? Can we get a... Nope. Nope. Giga stunned and deaded. That's fine. I gotta be, wrapping this up here and thinking about going to bed anyway, so it is past midnight now. Yeah, it's dark 30 just about. Let's go ahead, and this is as good a stopping point as any, I think. So, yeah, let's call it a night there. We'll, as I said, we'll be off tomorrow because I actually have to go leave the house in the evening and go take care of nonsense. Absolutely terrifying. But it is what it is. So we'll pick it up on Saturday as we kind of get down to the final countdown of beta here. We'll keep rolling on this dumb meme build. I am unfortunately going outside. Well, I won't be outside, but I will be in a different building for a couple hours, unfortunately. So, it is what it is. But we'll be back on Saturday at the usual time. Somewhere between 6 and 7, depending on when I finish work. And we'll pick it up from here and see if we can't get that hilt from Zacatl maybe and, make this dumb meme build work. But, yeah. Thanks for tuning in, everybody here in chat, everybody lurking, everybody out watching in VODland in the future, some when. But that is it for me for now. I'll see you tomorrow, or we'll see you in 2 days. My name is Tim. I'll see you then. Good night.